make the Psychmon come up a bit, then approach him. And that's how it's done. Very simple. I thought I might be able to get the battles over and done with a bit more quickly with the most powerful battle technique equipped, that being Buster Dive, but it looks like I've got more than just the company of Psychmon this time. Thanks. After how badly the previous battle went, I thought I'd be a bit more civil on the MP in this battle. But we keep failing at the important thing. The important thing being to learn techniques. What is the problem? Am I doing something incorrectly? Is there something I'm not aware of? Something I've overlooked? It just seems too sort of unlikely to just be the result of coincidence or misfortune. Normally I learn techniques a lot more easily than this. Do tremor before I rip that stupid horn off your head. Thank you. Is there any consolation in the fact that on the next hour it would be 7 PM, so there would be 2 Psychmons instead of 1, and they will be by the exits, so I'll be able to get to a Psychmon more easily. But, with the dreadful way this is going, it's hard to see any consolation in anything. This is one battle we definitely won't be learning a technique from. Be generous and give us a portable potty, will you? Damn it. Well, it is now 7 PM. That's something, I guess. Because now we just have to leave here and then we can go straight to a Psychmon. So we can get into battles with Psychmon more quickly, more easily, and with less of a risk of the yellow Numamon getting caught up in the battle. When I pick moderate, that means do Sonic Jab. You know, the less MP consuming technique. The weak one, where you just strike the opponent with your bony hands. It says that Skullgreimon's age is 15, but I think it should be 16 because of the time when we were in a battle when the clock struck midnight. We effectively missed a day, or at least had like the effects of missing a day. So I think Skullgreimon really is 16. If I was a fantastic tamer all the way through, then Skullgreimon would probably at best live until he was 19. Yeah, if I was a fantastic tamer all the way through, I would expect Skullgreymon to fade away when he's 18 or 19. But we haven't been a fantastic tamer all the way through. We had care mistakes as Greymon to help with fulfilling the requirements in order to digivolve to Skullgreymon. We've seen the sweat bubble on numerous occasions, we've seen injuries on numerous occasions. Skullgreymon's experienced high tiredness, we've kept him awake against his will, so I'm thinking he'll fade away probably when he's about 17, maybe 17 or 18. That should be plenty of time to learn the 3 techniques, but the way this is going, who knows? We will get other opportunities to learn battle techniques, because we will get other Digimon who can learn the techniques. So we could have battles with when we've got like future Digimon, or we could try our luck with the brain training. But it would be nice to get it sorted in this lifespan. Bravo, Skullgreymon! You used Sonic Jab when I selected the moderate command. And we've learned Tremor. Sarcastic round of applause. It's only taken us 1,000,001 attempts in order to succeed at something which probably should have taken a handful of attempts at most. Right. Dynamite kick and counter. Left to learn. And Mr. Drillhead here uses both of those techniques. I am a mole and I live in a hole. I am a mole and I live in a hole. I've got a big stupid drill horn thing on my head. I am a mole and I live in a hole. I am a mole and I live in a hole. I've got a stupid horn on my head. I've got a stupid horn on my head. The underground with the dirt and soil is my bed. The underground with the dirt and soil is my bed. At this rate, we're bound to see the sweat bubble. But we can't really do anything apart from just keep battling until we either learn the techniques or we have to take a pause from learning techniques, which would most likely come as a result of fatigue or injury or the need to sleep. Well, here's the plan. Battle this stupid Digimon, fail to learn Dynamite Kick or Counter, repeat, 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 repeat. Repeat, 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 repeat. Re-repeat, 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 re-re-repeat. Oh, we get an autopilot. Happy days. And eventually it's repeat. And there is the sweat bubble. Can I be bothered to go back to the city and rest? My frustration at the moment is sky high. I'm really not sure if I can be bothered to go back to the city and rest. I feel like just battling and battling until Skull Greymon passes out. I've been struck by a random urge to go to the Volume Villa and sort out what needs to be sorted out. With the horrendous luck that I'm having with the techniques, it probably do my sanity good to take a little pause from the battles, even if it is a very brief one. And we're probably leaving behind a trail of sweat. Okay, so we've got 2 spaces. Enough for the 3rd Digivolution item. And enough for 30 super restores. And our infantry is now full, I'm guessing. And in which case we can't use the remaining 45 merit points to help ourselves to a couple of super recoveries. Right, back for more. Please don't break any bones. I really can't be bothered to glue them back on Skullgreymon. When your Digimon has the sweat bubble, I believe its happiness and discipline does go down. But that doesn't seem to be the case during battles. If you get into a battle when you've got the sweat bubble and you win the battle, then your happiness and discipline doesn't seem to go down. But your happiness does seem to still go up from winning the battle. So the sweat bubble doesn't seem to be affecting our happiness or discipline when we are having battles. It's outside of battles where happiness and discipline gradually goes down if you've got the sweat bubble. But the way that we're straight in, straight out, straight into a battle, I think our discipline is staying where it is at the maximum, and our happiness is going back up. When your Digimon is sweating, it means that, they are very tired. Their tiredness is very high, but it's not at the absolute maximum. Even after seeing the sweat bubble, your Digimon's tiredness can continue to get worse, and I think there does come a point where tiredness does reach its worst level, and when that happens, if you train at the Green Gym or anywhere else, then the stat that you train only goes up by 1, and also if you win a battle, then I think you're guaranteed to get injured regardless of how much HP you finish with. That's if your tiredness is at the maximum. So even though we've got the sweat bubble, the tiredness doesn't stop there. Skullgreymon is continuing to get more and more tired. And at this rate, the sweat bubble probably isn't too far away. Not the sweat bubble, injury. Injury probably isn't too far away. I don't know if this is affecting our lifespan, you know, battling while we've got the sweat bubble, tiredness getting very high, but occupying time by battling. It doesn't seem to be having a negative impact on our happiness or discipline, but I don't know if it's impacting our lifespan, and if it is impacting our lifespan, then I imagine that it's only affecting it in a bad way. I can't imagine this is doing our lifespan any favours. I can only imagine the reason why we're not getting injured is because of how full our HP is. But I suspect there is a risk that there will come a point where our tiredness is so high that we do get injured regardless of how full our HP is. I have a feeling that if your Digimon is tired, it does end up wanting to sleep earlier than it would if its tiredness level was fine. If its tiredness level is fine, then I think there is like a set time in which your Digimon wants to sleep. But if your Digimon is tired, I think your Digimon ends up wanting to sleep sooner than it normally would. And I think the higher the tiredness, the sooner it wants to sleep. So what I'm getting at is that even though it's a few hours until Skullgreymon would normally sleep if his tiredness was at a normal level, it wouldn't surprise me if the sleep bubble isn't far away because of how high his tiredness must be. We've had the sweat bubble for a long time, and we've had a lot of battles since seeing it. Okay, there's an injury, and I think that injury is caused by tiredness rather than a lack of HP. So maybe our tiredness has reached the maximum. If we fight when injured, then we will do less damage, and our attacks will consume more MP. It might have a negative impact on our lifespan and happiness and discipline. It could turn from injury into sickness. And I've got a few unwanted bandages in my inventory, so I guess I can use them to treat injury. But it might be a case of we're going to get injured after every battle here onwards. Unless we treat our tiredness. There's another injury. Sleeping would act as a solution. Skullgreymon doesn't seem to want us to sleep yet, but maybe he will on the next hour. Now we've got one more bandage, so the bandages can aid one more injury, and then any further injuries would require the use of a medicine. Oh, counter. Not seen that yet. Greymon injured again, and no counter, and no dynamite kick. It is a new hour. Skullgreymon does want to sleep. When we wake up, it will be during the daytime period. So the Digimon that looks like Dramoldramon will be replaced by the Digimon that looks like Unimon. And again, we're still grinding for Dynamite Kick and Counter. This Digimon uses both of those techniques, as did the previous Digimon. And seeing as we want counter to be used, it would surely make more sense to use Sonic Jab. That will do less damage, so we will need to use more Sonic Jabs, which means a higher chance of us seeing counter. There it is. Yeah, the more times we attack him with a technique that can be countered, the better the chance of counter being used, and therefore the better the chance of us learning counter. I don't know why it's taken me until now to come up with that very basic idea of, you know, favouring Sonic Jab, at least until counter gets used, if it does get used. I would rather learn counter than Dynamite Kick. Not necessarily because learning counter has a low probability. You know, like if counter gets used, then there isn't necessarily a low probability of you successfully learning it. But I think it's one of the harder techniques to be used against you, because of the fact that in order for counter to be used against you, not only do you have to fight a Digimon that can use counter, obviously, you also have to attack the Digimon with a specific attack, and you have to attack at the right time, and you have to get lucky as well. So it's hard for counter to get used in that the Digimon isn't going to just naturally use it like they would use any other technique. You know, you have to help them use it. So in that respect, counter is hard to learn. So I would rather learn counter than Dynamite Kick. Oh, there is counter. Because it's easy for Dynamite Kick to be used against you, but not necessarily for counter. Well, Dynamite Kick and counter were both used, but neither were learned. there's only one technique that can possibly be learnt from this battle. And we do learn it. So we've got 7 of the 8 techniques. All that's left is counter. When it comes to statistical probabilities, like the chances of you learning a technique when it gets used, I think Buster Dive and Megaton Punch are the 2 hardest battle techniques to learn. But when you account for the issue of the technique actually getting used, then counter has surely got to be the hardest technique to learn, the hardest battle technique to learn, possibly the hardest technique overall. Now, since counter's been used once, we don't want to see it again, because that will just, well, cost us HP and waste MP. Because the number of times that an attack gets used in a battle doesn't affect your chances of learning it. Nor does it matter if you get hit by the attack, or if the attack even gets performed properly. All there has to be is an attempt to use it. No joy that time. But at least counter is getting used. You know, at least the Digimon that we're fighting clearly does no counter, and I would say it is getting used in the majority of the battles. So, you know, the number of times that we're using, the number of times that we are attacking with Sonic Jab, you know, the number of attacks that's used against the Digimon, it seems that overall it does seem statistically probable that we will see counter. At least there's counter again. I was going to say, at least the indication so far would be that it looks like there is a pretty good chance of counter getting used if we continue to do things the way that we're doing them. If you attack when they are attacking, then there's no chance at all of them using counter, because they're using a different technique. You have to attack them when they're not attacking in order for there to be any chance of seeing counter. I think the only attacks that counter can work on are Sonic Jab, Megaton Punch, Dynamite Kick, Static Electric, Poison Claw, Danger Sting, Horizontal Kick. I think it's just those. So we're talking, what, 7 out of 56 techniques? Imagine if counter worked on counter. It's like, you use Sonic Jab, they stop it. It's like, and then they go to counter, but then you then stop their counter, and you then like counter their counter and end up hitting them in the end. Or you end up with a continuous loop where they use counter, you counter their counter, they then counter that, and then you respond with counter, and it just keeps on going until you run out of them too. Well, when 7 PM comes, this Digimon will be replaced by the Digivolving look-alike. So if we don't learn counter from this guy, then we're going to have to learn it from a different Digimon if we were to try and learn it during the nighttime period. And I wouldn't want to be in Unimon's shoes. I mean, not Unimon look-alike. I wouldn't want to be in his shoes, or rather his horseshoes. And I said that because he was about to get struck by a deadly missile. And counter has been learned. So we have eventually learnt all of the battle techniques. We started off with Agumon, who only had Spitfire. We digivolved to Greymon and learnt 4 other fire techniques, bringing it up to 5 fire techniques. We digivolved to Skull Greymon, so we learnt Sonic Jab automatically by digivolving to Skull Greymon, and we slowly but surely managed to learn the 7 other battle techniques, completing the battle technique list. So we have 8 out of 8 battle techniques, 5 out of 8 fire techniques, 13 techniques in total. And I suspect that some rest is much needed, because Skull Greymon was exhausted when we put him to sleep, and then we had a load of battles after putting him to sleep. Okay, I must have failed to notice that you needed the toilet. Well, sorry, little red blob. You now have a giant turd next to you. And sorry, Digimon, my Digimon shat in your house. So, yeah. Apologies about that. Hope it doesn't smell too bad. But you know, If you had never brought me to this world in the first place, then I never would have been here and never would have raised the Agumon, who digivolved to Greymon, who digivolved to Skull Greymon. So Skull Greymon messing in your house never would have happened. So you've only got yourselves to blame. Ice Crystal can go in the item bank, as can the Super Restores. The medium MPs can go with my other medium MPs. One of the medicines was able to come out and be added to my other stash. The item chips can stay in. I think that's good. The Digivolution items can stay in. The food items that have effects on your Digimon, such as the Happy Mushrooms and things like that, they can stay in the item bank. And Skull Greymon's usefulness is over. So now it's just a case of waiting until he fades away, so that I can start over with a new Digimon and digivolve to different Digimon I've not yet had, learn some different techniques, techniques I've not yet had, and carry on making progress. So yeah, we are just waiting for Skull Greymon to fade away. We don't need him anymore, his usefulness is over, so the torch is about to be passed over to whoever's next in line. Our discipline was high enough for us to squeeze in another hour of training before going to the toilet. We're pretty much just passing the time until Skull Greymon fades away. Now, I'm not training my attack because of a battle that I'm planning on having. I'm, just training to pass the time, hoping that it won't be too much longer until Skull Greymon fades away. We can't make any more progress with Skull Greymon, so it's pointless having him. I can't imagine it's too much longer, because it's a new day now. I think the status will say that he's 17, and I think that's a day less than what he really is. So I think this should be the day that he'll fade away. Be very surprised if he doesn't. Ah, there you go. It's the end of our bony friend. Our hideous-looking bony friend. The pink egg is my first choice. You know that Yoramon will hatch from it. You know that Yoramon will digivolve to Tainomon. You can't be 100% sure which Digimon Tainomon will digivolve to, because there's two possibilities. Well, technically 3 if you include Kunamon. But we won't be digivolving to Kunamon, not in this life cycle. It will either be Palmon or Betamon, the two Digimon that Tainomon can naturally digivolve to. And the reason why I was keen to digivolve to, well, choose the pink egg first, was so that I can take advantage of what's known as the Tainomon bug, which enables you to fully upgrade the gym in a single lifespan. And I am aware that I let Yoramon sleep, despite the fact that Yoramon needed the toilet, and therefore it did mess on the floor, which put the virus gauge up slightly. And messing on the floor is something that I'm going to continue to do until the virus gorge is 1 away from being full. Then I will want to avoid having my Digimon mess on the floor, or at least for the time being. I want to get myself into a position where I'm 1 step away from being able to digivolve to Sukamon. So, you know, be in a position where my Digimon will only need to mess on the floor once more in order for my Digimon to digivolve to Sukamon. But you won't be seeing Sukamon in this lifespan. It's just about getting myself ready so that I can digivolve to Sukamon when I want to, which will be when the time is right. So yes, upgrading the gym. If you have a baby Digimon or an in-training Digimon as your Digimon partner, and you go up to a piece of equipment within the green gym, and you train on it 10 times, you end up upgrading it. Because when you train, you obviously get a stat increase, and if you upgrade the gym by doing what I said about having a baby Digimon or in training Digimon and training on the piece of equipment 10 times to upgrade it, you increase the stat boost that you get from training. You saw that when I was training attack, initially it went up by 7, and then it went up by 8. That was because I upgraded it. So if you train on a piece of equipment 10 times with a baby Digimon or in training Digimon, you upgrade the piece of equipment, which boosts the stat increase that you get from training on that piece of equipment. The stat increase is permanent, but you can only upgrade each piece of equipment once. You can't like upgrade a piece of equipment more than once, so you can't just keep training on the same piece of equipment with a baby Digimon or in training Digimon and keep upgrading it. You can only upgrade it once, so you can only increase the stat boost once, and I just did it there because it went from 64 to 72. If you train attack, then that will upgrade the piece of equipment that boosts attack. If you train HP, then that will upgrade the piece of equipment that boosts HP. If you train defense, then that will upgrade the piece of equipment that boosts defense. If you train speed, then that will upgrade the piece of equipment that trains speed. If you train brains, then that won't upgrade the piece of equipment that boosts your brains. Instead, you have to train MP, and that will upgrade the piece of equipment for MP and brains. So it sort of does like 2 in 1, and so you end up getting a bigger stat boost for training MP and brains as a result of it. Normally, it wouldn't be possible to upgrade the whole of the green gym in one lifespan, because normally your in-training Digimon would digivolve to a rookie before it's possible to train on each piece of equipment 10 times. However, there's a bug which enables you to prevent Tainomon from digivolving, which gives you enough time in order to upgrade every piece of equipment. If attack is Tainomon's best stat, if her attack stat is superior to the rest of her stats, and if her weight isn't within the range of 10 to 20, then she won't digivolve. So attack has to be superior to the rest of the stats, weight has to be either below 10 or above 20. By doing that, you're only fulfilling 2 of the requirements for both of Tainomon's rookie Digivolutions. You're not fulfilling 3 because you won't be fulfilling the weight requirement or the stat requirement, and because of that, Tainomon doesn't digivolve, and she won't digivolve unless another another stat overtakes attack, or if her weight falls to within the range of 10 to 20. So I trained attack first to make sure that it was superior to the rest of the stats, and my weight is under 10, so not within the range of 10 to 20, and I can now upgrade the whole of the green gym by training 10 times on the pieces of equipment that boost HP, attack, defense, speed, and MP. So the stat boost that you get from training will be increased on every piece of equipment, and that will make training more effective for the rest of the game. So that's why I was keen to choose the pink egg, so that I could have Tainomon as my Digimon and make the most of the little trick where I can prevent her from Digivolving, and that will enable me to upgrade the whole of the green gym in one lifespan. Okay, that's speed upgraded, as well as attack, HP, and defense. All we have to do now is train 10 more times in order to have the entire gym upgraded. Train MP 10 times, that will upgrade MP and brains. We've already done the other 4. Once the whole of the green gym has been upgraded, I will then digivolve to a rookie, and well, I suppose it doesn't really matter which rookie I digivolve to, and the reason for that is because the champion Digimon that I'm going to be aiming for is Numamon, and any of the 9 rookie Digimon can digivolve to Numamon. The requirement for digivolving to Numamon is pretty simple, just don't fulfill enough of the requirements for any of the natural Digivolutions. So make sure that when you've got a rookie Digimon, you don't fulfill 3 of the requirements for one of its natural champion Digivolutions. Only fulfill a maximum of 2 requirements, and if you don't fulfill 3 of the requirements for any of the natural champion Digimon, then your rookie Digimon won't Digivolve. You have to have a rookie Digimon for a minimum of 3 days before it can Digivolve. If when the 3 days are up, you don't, when the time is up, the 3 days, if you're not fulfilling 3 of the requirements, then it won't Digivolve. And once 4 days have elapsed, if you're still not fulfilling 3 of the requirements for any of its natural Digivolutions, then it will Digivolve to Sukamon. But you do have to make sure that in between the 3 days and 4 days, you at no point fulfill 3 requirements, because if you do, then it will then Digivolve to that Digimon. Because it's not a case of, if you haven't fulfilled the requirements bang on 3 days, then you permanently lose any possibility of digivolving into a natural champion, you have until the 4 days are up in order to fulfill the free requirements. So you have to make sure that in between having a rookie for 3 days and having a rookie for 4 days, you don't fulfill enough requirements for a natural Digivolution, or else it will digivolve to a natural Digimon. Right, speed has overtaken attack, and that's resulted in a Digivolution, and I believe that having speed as your superior stat results in you digivolve into Palmon. Yes, Palmon it is. So from here, the aim is to digivolve to Numamon. We were late with digivolving to Palmon. She's currently 3. It's going to be a minimum of 4 days before she digivolves to Numamon. So we're not going to see Numamon until we are 7. So we are going to be late with digivolving to Numamon, and the intention, obviously, is to make it through the next 4 days while not fulfilling 3 of the requirements for any of the champion Digimon that Palmon can digivolve to. Make sure that we fulfill no more than 2 requirements. Of course, we need to have Palmon for a minimum of 3 days before it will be possible for her to digivolve to a champion. So if we were to fulfill, say, 3 of the requirements for a certain Digivolution before we've had Palmon for 3 days, then when the 3 days are up, Palmon will only digivolve to the Digimon if we are still fulfilling 3 of the requirements when the 3 days are up. So let's say, figure of speech, that we are currently fulfilling let's say that we're currently fulfilling 3 of the requirements for a natural champion. Let's say that we're fulfilling the weight, care mistakes, and stats. But by the time Palmon is able to digivolve, we're no longer fulfilling the weight, and it's just the stats and care mistakes, then it won't digivolve. So the 3 day to 4 day period is the most significant time when it comes to wanting to digivolve to Numamon or wanting to digivolve naturally. If I was to get up the Digivolution guide that I've been taking guidance from, then Palmon can digivolve to 5 different natural champion Digimon: Kawagumon, Vegimon, Ninjamon, Waymon, Colamon. For Kawagumon, the stat requirement is 1000 HP and MP and 100 attack and speed. The care mistake requirement is a minimum of 5. Weight requirement is 25 to 35. Bonus condition: either have Kunamon as your Digimon or a minimum of 28 techniques. So we're not fulfilling the bonus condition for Kawagumon. We certainly won't fulfill the weight requirement, so don't have to worry about that. We're not currently fulfilling the care mistake requirement or the stat requirement. So Kawagumon's certainly no worry at the moment. Vegimon, stat requirement 1000 MP, that will be fulfilled because I'm going to continue to train Brains, which also trains MP. And you can see MP is already over 1000. Care mistake requirement minimum of 5, so if we keep care mistakes down then we won't fulfill the care mistake requirement. One of the bonus conditions is for your happiness to be a minimum of 50% full. We are currently fulfilling that. Weight requirement 5 to 15. As long as we don't fulfill the weight requirement as well, there's no risk of us digivolving to Vegimon. And it is quite easy to keep Palmon's weight low, easy to keep it under 5, so I'm not worried about that. Ninjamon, stat requirement 1000 MP, 100 attack and speed. We are fulfilling the stat requirement for Ninjamon. Care mistake requirement maximum of 1. We are currently at 2 care mistakes, so we're not going to fulfill the care mistake requirement for Ninjamon. Bonus conditions: either a minimum of 15 battles or a minimum of 35 techniques, so we're not fulfilling the bonus condition for Ninjamon. Weight, same as Vegimon, 5 to 15. We should be able to avoid that. So we're only fulfilling one of the requirements for Ninjamon. Waymon, stats 1000 HP, 100 brains. We are fulfilling the brains, but if I remember rightly, our HP is under 1000, and if that is the case, then we won't be fulfilling the stat requirement for Waymon. Care mistake requirement maximum of 5, we are fulfilling that. Okay, HP is under 1000, so we're not fulfilling the stat requirement. Weight 35 to 45, definitely won't fulfill that. One of the bonus conditions is for discipline to be a minimum of 60% full. We're not currently fulfilling that. We might by the time Palmon digivolves, but it won't matter because that would only be 2 of the requirements. And And then Colamon, stat requirement 100 defense. I don't think we are fulfilling that. No, we're not. Care mistake requirement 3 or more. Not currently fulfilling that, but if we have one more care mistake, then we will fulfill it. Weight 25 to 35. No chance of us fulfilling that. One of the bonus conditions is to have 5 battles or less. We are fulfilling that, but that's the only thing we are fulfilling. So you can see that things are looking pretty good as far as Digivolving to Numamon is concerned. So with the care mistakes, the care mistake counter would have started when we digivolved to Palmon, so the fact that we messed on the floor loads of times with Tainamon doesn't count towards the care mistake counter, because that didn't start until we digivolved to Palmon. Not feeding your Digimon is a care mistake, as well as your Digimon messing on the floor. When your Digimon wants to eat, you have an hour and a half to feed it. Once an hour and a half is gone, the food bubble will disappear, and if the food bubble disappears without you feeding your Digimon, then that's a care mistake. However, if you train when your Digimon wants to eat, and you make it to the point in which the food bubble is no longer present, and you get to that point by training, so let's say that the food bubble is half an hour away from disappearing, and you train, then by the time you're done training, the food bubble will be gone, so you would have like not fed your Digimon, so you would have gotten a care mistake, and you would have got it while training, because you passed the last opportunity to feed your Digimon while training, and that makes the care mistake count as double. So there was one time when Palmon wanted to eat, and I trained and passed the point in which I had the last opportunity to feed her, and that would have counted as 2 care mistakes. So that's why I said I've got 2 care mistakes. It might only look like 1, but it is 2. So we are not fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Ninjamon, because we have more than 1 care mistake. We're not fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Colamon, because we have less than 3 care mistakes. We're not fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Kawagumon or Vegemon, because we have less than 5 care mistakes. We are fulfilling the care mistake requirement for Waymon, but Waymon only. But we're not fulfilling the stat requirement or weight requirement for Waymon. So even if we were to fulfill the bonus condition, we would only be fulfilling 2 of the requirements. so we don't need to worry about Waymon. Fulfilling bonus conditions is a lot easier if you have every technique, because having a certain number of techniques is a bonus condition. If you have every technique, then it's a guarantee that you will fulfill the bonus condition for every Digimon, or at least if the Digimon has techniques as one of its bonus conditions. The Digimon who have techniques as a bonus condition, you will be guaranteed to fulfill their bonus condition if you've got every technique learnt. So having every technique learnt helps with digivolving to ultimates, and it helps with not digivolving to Numamon, because you're pretty much guaranteed to have, well, you are guaranteed to have the bonus condition for any Digimon who has techniques as a bonus condition. I am getting my brains very high, and that's because it will come in handy when I have Numamon as my Digimon. There is something that I want to do with Numamon, and it's going to require brains, and that's why I've devoted a lot of time and energy to training brains, so that I will be able to do, well, it will help me with being able to do what I plan to do with Numamon. And lifespan is important, so, you know, I am, you know, taking my Digimon to the toilet. Well, now I am anyway. I know I didn't to begin with when I had Euramon and Tainomon, but I am now taking my Digimon to the toilet when it needs to go, feeding it when it wants to eat, resting to keep tiredness down, you know, avoiding the sweat bubble and injury and sickness and little stuff like that. I would like to try and keep happiness and discipline topped up, as I would like the best possible lifespan. Because there's work to be done with Numamon, and we need to get that work done within his lifespan, and when that work is done, there's then something else that we need to do. And my brains is where I would like it to be, so I'm passing the time by training MP instead, because I don't want to go any further with my brains, because when I Digivolve to Numamon, I want my brains to be just under 350. I mean, after I Digivolve to Numamon and have the stat reduction, I want my brains with Numamon to be just under 350. When you do Digivolve to Numamon, your stats go down by 20%. Brains is currently 434, so 10% would be 43, 20% would be 86. Off the top of my head, I'm a bit too lazy to figure it out, but beforehand I calculated that that would that 434 would be within the correct range in order for the stat reduction from Numamon to bring my brains down so that it's under 350 but close to 350. And I choose to pass the time by resting because I'm happy with how my stats are at the moment. So I'm just passing the remaining hours by resting. Passing time until Palmon digivolves. And she is digivolving. And logically speaking, it can only be Numamon. That is who it is. Numamon's first job is to clear up the city by removing all of the turds that are lying around. That is a job that can only be done by a total of 2 of the Digimon that you are able to have as your partner, Numamon being one of them, Sukamon being the other. I have tried it with Nanimon, but it doesn't work. And Nanimon is the only other Digimon who has filth as their first nature. The only other Digimon to have filth as any nature is Etamon, but it's his third nature. Nanimon also has battle as a nature and can't learn or use all of the filth techniques, whereas Sukamon and Numamon have filth as their first and only nature, and they can learn all of the filth techniques. Speaking of filth techniques, that's actually what the next bit of this video is going to be all about, because I've got Numamon as my Digimon, a Digimon who can learn every filth technique, and so from here I am actually going to be trying to learn every filth technique with Numamon, and that's what I'm going to be doing for the time being. And there's Skunk Spray already. Add that to Horizontal Kick, which came naturally. That leaves 6 other filth techniques. When you train your brains, starting at 150, it's possible to learn a technique when your brain stat reaches a multiple of 50, which also isn't a multiple of 100. And that's by training brains. So when your brains gets up to 150, you might learn a technique. If you train your brains and your brain stat reaches and exceeds 150 brains, then you might learn a technique, same as when it reaches 250, 350, or 450. Whereas the multiples of 100, you learn a new command. Like you start off with the auto command. 100 brains you learn attack, 200 brains you learn moderate, 300 brains you learn distance and change target, 400 brains you learn defensive, 500 brains you learn the enable technique. There are no more commands after that point, and I'm not quite sure how it works with learning techniques after 500 brains. I don't know if it continues to be multiples of 50, which are not multiples of 100, so 550, 650, 750, 850, and 950, or if it's multiples of 50 and multiples of 100, so 550, 600, 650, 700, 750, 800, 850, 900, 950, or if it's just multiples of 100, so 600, 700, 800, 900, I'm not entirely sure, but for the way that I'm learning, well, trying to learn filth techniques with Numamon, it's not hugely relevant because 350 brains is where it's at. When I trained and brought my brains up to 350, I learned Skunk Spray. Then I repeatedly praised and scolded Numamon until his happiness and discipline were at the minimum or thereabouts. And I did that to produce the butterfly so that I can do what I call the butterfly brain training. When your happiness and discipline is very low, your Digimon gets the butterfly, which causes their happiness to go back up, but also causes their stats to go down. And by having the butterfly, I was able to get my brains to go back down to under 350, so that I could then train and get my brains up to 350 again and have another opportunity to learn a technique. And I ended up learning quick poop throw, because when I got my brains up to 350 the first time, there was the chance of me learning a technique, and I learned Skunk Spray. And if it wasn't for the butterfly, my next opportunity to learn a technique wouldn't have been until getting my brains up to 450, and instead of spending loads of time doing that, I praised and scolded Numamon to minimise happiness and discipline and produce the butterfly to bring my brains down to under 350 so that I could get it up to 350 again by training and create another opportunity to learn a technique by training my brains. And that's actually what I'm going to be doing for the rest of the brain training. You saw there random poop throw. That, as well as quick poop throw, skunk spray and horizontal kick, is 4 of the filth techniques. So we are now halfway there. I'm going to continue to keep happiness and discipline down so that we will continue to see the butterfly, so that we can keep bringing our brains down to under 350, so that we can keep training brains and bringing it back up to 350, creating the opportunity to learn a new technique every time. So you're going to see me praise and scold Numamon a lot. You're going to see the butterfly a lot. You're going to see my brain stat having a real yo-yo effect, because there it's down to 349. And there are times when I do scold Numamon to get rid of the butterfly, and normally I do that when the butterfly has caused my brains to go down, and I don't need it to go down any further until I train my brains again. And I do sometimes randomly scold Numamon to try and prevent the butterfly from appearing if I'm in a position where it wouldn't be helpful for the butterfly to appear. Like at the moment, my brains is 349, although even if it was to go down one more, I would still be able to get it back up to 350 by training just once. But if I was in a position where my brains going down even more would then put me in a position where I'd have to train more than once in order to get my brains up to 350, then having the butterfly wouldn't be helpful, and that's the sort of time where I would be inclined to randomly scold Numamon to try and get rid of the butterfly or to prevent it from appearing. And since Numamon wanted to sleep, I took the opportunity to put my happiness and discipline back down with more scolds, because I need my happiness and discipline to be consistently low in order to keep seeing the butterfly. The butterfly causes happiness to go back up, so I will have to scold to bring happiness back down if my happiness starts to get too high. I might also praise, because all the scolding is causing my discipline to go back up, and very often the butterfly goes away if your Digimon is showing a bubble of some sort, be it like a food bubble, or like sweat bubble or sleep bubble. So I do like take Numamon to the toilet and feed him to get rid of unwanted bubbles that might interfere with the butterfly. But this is what I'm going to be doing for the time being. butterfly brings brains down to under 350. I train to bring brains up to 350, and create the opportunity to learn a filth technique. Feed Numamon to get rid of food bubbles, take him to the toilet to get rid of toilet bubbles. Avoid tiredness or at least try to avoid tiredness to avoid the sweat bubble. Let Numamon sleep when he wants to sleep. Scold to get rid of the butterfly or to prevent the butterfly from appearing if I'm in a position where it wouldn't be helpful for my brains to go down any further before doing more training. And just praise and scold accordingly to try and keep my happiness and discipline down, to try and strengthen the likelihood of us seeing the butterfly and the frequency of the butterfly and how quickly it shows up and all stuff like that. When I train at the gym, my brains is going up by 8. If my brains is 350 or slightly over, then the butterfly will put it down by 7. If my brains is under, or slightly under 350, then the butterfly will put it down by 6. The amount of brains that I get from training is slightly superior to the amount of brains that I'm losing from the butterfly, so there will be occasions where I will either have to do the bonus try to boost my brains by less, or let the butterfly bring my brains down by 2 lots before doing more training. Because my brains is currently 350, if it goes down by 7 from the butterfly and then up by 8 from training brains, then it will be 351. Do that again, and then it will be 352, and then 353, and eventually it would get to 357, and then the butterfly would only put it down to 350, which would still be too high. But if I had gotten my brains up to 450, then if my brains was 450 or slightly higher, then it would go, the butterfly would put it down by 9 every time, but the training would only put it up by 8, so there would come times where I would have to train twice instead of once in order to get my brains back up to 450. I just thought that 350 was the perfect amount, or the closest to perfect that was available to us. And since it's me doing much the same over and over again, I took the liberty of speeding the video up to try and make it less boring and tedious for you viewers. I have 6 of the 8 filth techniques. Horizontal kick, skunk spray, quick poop throw, random poop throw, fast random poop throw, giant poop throw. All that's left is 2 other filth techniques, which unfortunately for us are also the 2 hardest to learn. I believe they're called giant poop toss and ultimate poop bomb. When we have learnt the filth techniques, the plan would then be to go to Toy Town and Digivolve to Muncymon. I understand that you can Digivolve from Numamon to Muncymon naturally, but it would be a lot easier to just go to Toy Town and use the costume to Digivolve. So that's what we're going to be doing. It's an option that's available to us. It's the easier option, and I think it makes sense to use the easier option instead of making things harder for ourselves than what's necessary. When I had Greymon, who had fire as his first nature, I learnt 4 fire techniques along top of Spitfire, which came naturally, so 5 of 8 fire techniques in total. When I had Skull Greymon, who had Battle as his first nature, I learnt all of the battle techniques. Well, I suppose I didn't learn Sonic Jab because that came naturally. And here with Numamon, who has Filth as his first nature, Horizontal Kick came naturally, and I'm trying to learn all of the Filth techniques. When we Digivolve to Muncymon, we won't need to learn any techniques from him. His first nature is Battle, and we already have every battle technique, so we won't need to learn any techniques with Muncymon, because we've already learnt all of the battle techniques, and Battle is Munceymon's first nature. He does also have Air as a nature, but it would make more sense to learn the Air techniques when we've got a Digimon who has Air as their first nature, because Digimon find it easier to learn techniques if they've got the type as their first nature. You know, a Digimon who has, say, Fire as their first nature and Battle as their second nature would learn Fire techniques more easily than Battle techniques. Yeah, a Digimon who has Fire as their first nature will learn Fire techniques more easily than a Digimon who has Fire as their second nature, and even more easily than a Digimon who has Fire as their third nature. So what I'm saying is that it makes the most sense to learn the Air techniques when I've got a Digimon who has Air as their first nature, the same way that we're learning the Filth techniques with a Digimon who has filth as their first nature, the battle techniques with a Digimon who had battle as their first nature, some of the fire techniques with a Digimon who had fire as their first nature, and the remaining fire techniques will be learnt by a Digimon who has fire as their first nature. Progress with the techniques does seem to be slowing down, but they are the two harder techniques to learn. All we can do is keep doing what we're doing and just hope that we get a bit luckier. It is ultimately just luck at the end of the day. I'm using the right techniques to give myself as many chances as possible of learning the techniques, but you still need luck in order to be successful with learning a technique, because there's statistical chances of techniques being learnt. And we just need to get lucky. That's pretty much all there is to it. I can't think of anything that I can do to increase the probability of Numemon learning techniques. All I can do really is increase the number of chances that we get, which I'm doing by using the butterfly to my advantage, doing what I call butterfly brain training. We really have until the end of Numemon's lifespan to learn the remaining filth techniques and then go to Toy Town and Digivolve to Muncymon. So we need to make it to Toy Town before Numemon fades away. And, you know, Digivolve to Muncymon. So that we, you know, make the most of the opportunity to Digivolve to Muncymon. And there's one of the techniques. Yeah, we need to Digivolve to every Digimon. That includes Muncymon, who's an easy Digivolution if you Digivolve to him the way that we are going to Digivolve to him. So we need to get to Toy Town and Digivolve to Muncymon before our Digimon fades away. And that's the last box ticked. So we are done with the filth techniques. There's nothing more that we can learn from Numamon. So Numamon's usefulness is pretty much over. So the objective now is to go to Toy Town, go to the Muncymon costume and Digivolve to Muncymon. The Great Canyon route is off limits because of Euramon not telling us about the invisible bridge because we don't have 6 prosperity points, a permanent problem that we are going to be faced with in this challenge. So we will have to get there by travelling through Mount Panorama, native forest we can get to naturally. Same with the Dragon Eye Lakes, Kunamon's Bed, Drill Tunnel, Cola Point, Tropical Jungle, Overdow Cemetery, Greylord's Mansion, Great Canyon Entrance, Mangrove Region, Admida Forest. That's pretty much all the places that I can think of off the top of my head. But everywhere else we would have to get to by going through Mount Panorama. So that would be Mount Panorama itself, plus Gear Savannah, Trash Mountain, Gecko Swamp, Volume Villa, Misty Trees, Freeze Land, Ice Sanctuary, the Great Canyon, and then there are some places that we strictly are not going to be able to access. Factorial Town, because we can't recruit Waymon. Mount Infinity, because we can't get 50 prosperity points. The Dino Region, because we can't go there without recruiting Centauramon first, which would be kill the challenge. The lower parts of the lava cave can't go there because that would require us to defeat Miramon, which we're not allowed to do. The Beetle Land is off limits because we're not going to be able... Well, if we were to simply catch Seadramon, then that would count as a recruitment, which would be a challenge foul. Toy Town would be available because after we Digivolve to Muncymon, there's nothing stopping us from going to the Robot Digimon with Muncymon as our partner and speaking to the Robot Digimon and getting him to unlock the door that leads towards where Wari Muncymon is, and that would make the whole of Toy Town available to us. I don't want Numamon messing on the floor because I don't want to Digivolve to Sukamon. Discipline's very low, so he's not going to hold on for long at all. Unfortunately, there is a toilet close by, and we've got there in time. Right, not too much further, now that we've got to the misty trees. Okay, this room first for the Muncymon costume. There's no point approaching the robot Digimon if the Digimon that you have as your partner isn't Muncymon. The robot Digimon will only talk to you properly and unlock the door if you approach him when you've got Muncymon. Our tamer level won't go up because we didn't Digivolve to Muncymon naturally. And instead of going straight back to the city, I have decided to speak to the robot Digimon and get the door unlocked. But I won't be going any further with Toy Town in this lifespan. And I don't mind Muncymon declining, because that gives us an excuse to scold him. The higher his discipline is, the longer he will hold on for when he needs the toilet. Well, if we didn't have every battle technique, then we, I suppose, would be in a position where we could have tried to learn battle techniques with Muncymon. but we do have every battle technique, and I'm not going to try and learn the air techniques with a Digimon who doesn't have air as their first nature. And so Maximon's usefulness is pretty much over already. The fact that we Digivolve to him puts us a tiny step closer to having the medal for Digivolving to every Digimon, but it's not going to help with any of the other medals, I don't believe. So there isn't really anything else that we can do with Muncimon, so the plan now is to pretty much just pass the time until Muncimon fades away. When he wakes up, I believe he will be 11, which for an ultimate isn't old at all. But our lifespan would have been affected pretty heavily by how low our happiness and discipline was for long periods when we had Numamon as our Digimon. Not to mention the butterfly as well. So I would expect Muncimon to fade away days sooner than what he would had we been a fantastic tamer all the way through. So for the time being, I'm just going to be training, doing that to pass the time. Take Muncimon to the toilet when he needs the toilet. We can't have him mess on the floor, not when the virus gorge is just one away from being full, and we don't currently want to be Digivolving to Sukamon. We want to reserve that for a later lifespan. I will collect meat from Tainemon when there's the opportunity, so we can try and keep ourselves topped up on meat. And I was thinking about my next lifespan, the lifespan after this, that is, and thinking about my intentions for that lifespan, what I plan on doing, and I decided that the happy mushrooms and ice mushrooms would come in handy, and so I took them out of the item bank so they're in our inventory, ready for our next lifespan. I will also pass some of the time by resting, so train at the Green Gym, rest at Gigimon's house, take Muncimon to the toilet when he needs the toilet, let Muncimon sleep when he wants to sleep, be given meat by Tainemon, make any other possible preparations for the next lifespan, and yeah, it's pretty much just going to be more of the same until Muncimon fades away. More of the same, more of the same, more of the same. I've already been given meat today, but on the days where I haven't been given meat, I will approach Tainomon when Muncimon wants to sleep, and collect the current day's supply of meat, and then sleep next to Tainomon, and wake up on the following day, and then collect the supply of meats for that day as well, like we are doing here. So you're getting like 2 supplies of meat in one go. You're going there late on one day and getting the day's supply of meat, and then you're getting the following day's supply early into the following day. And I've speeded the video up because it's just me doing the same stuff over and over again, waiting for Muncimon to fade away. Just me training, resting, sleeping, using the toilet, retrieving meat from Tainomon. That's pretty much all there is to it. It's not surprising that happiness and discipline are going down, and pretty rapidly. And that is the end of Muncimon. Looks like the teddy bear has stuffed it. I choose the pink egg for no apparent reason, and the reason why I say no apparent reason is because it's completely irrelevant which baby Digimon we start off with, or what in training Digimon we Digivolve to. Because I'm not going to be Digivolving to a natural rookie, so although I will be Digivolving to Tainomon, I won't be Digivolving to Palmon or Betamon. The reason for that, I'm going to be Digivolving to Kunamon. and what is significant about Kunamon. Now, what is it about him that's useful? Now, what is it about him that will help me fulfill my intention? Well, nothing really, because the champion Digimon that I'm planning on Digivolving to also isn't a natural Digivolution. The reason why I'm going to Digivolve to Kunamon is for no reason other than I want to Digivolve from an in-training Digimon to a rookie Digimon as quickly as possible. If I was to Digivolve to a rookie naturally, then I would have to have the in-training Digimon for about 24 hours before it would Digivolve. However, if I was to go to Kunamon's bed and sleep and Digivolve to Kunamon, then I suspect that I would have a rookie Digimon in less than half of the time. So I'm going to be going to Kunamon's bed when Tainomon wants to sleep. I will save at Digimon's house first, and when I sleep, I will only sleep, I won't save as well. That way, if I'm not successful with Digivolving to Kunamon, then I can reset, try again, and keep doing it until I do Digivolve to Kunamon. And like I said, the only reason why I'm choosing Kunamon is just for a faster Digivolution. Tainomon will probably want to sleep after 6 or 7 hours. She will sleep for 4 hours, which will bring it up to 10 or 11 hours. Less than half of how long it would take to Digivolve to a natural rookie Digimon. And when we do Digivolve to Kunamon, we are pretty much going to immediately Digivolve to the champion Digimon that I'm aiming for. And that's because for the Digivolution that I'm aiming for, it's a special Digivolution, not a natural Digivolution, and it doesn't require you, in order for the Digivolution to happen, for you to Digivolve from a rookie Digimon to the champion Digimon that I'm aiming for, you don't have to have had the rookie Digimon for a certain amount of time in order for the Digivolution to be possible. You don't have to have the rookie Digimon for 3 days or 4 days or whatever it might be. There's only one requirement, and it's not at all connected to time in any sort of way. It would be possible to Digivolve from the rookie Digimon to the champion Digimon immediately, and with the correct preparations, that is something that can be achieved, and we are going to make those preparations. We are going to make the preparations while we've got Tainomon as our Digimon, so that when we have Tainomon, well, when Tainomon wants to sleep and we save in Digimon's house, we will see to the necessary preparations so that if we go to Kunamon's bed and sleep and digivolve to Kunamon, we will then be able to immediately digivolve to the champion Digimon that I'm aiming for. And by this point I know it's not long until Tainomon will want to sleep. So I save, because I haven't done the preparations yet. The preparations are to scold and praise and repeat and keep repeating until happiness and discipline are pretty much at the minimum. And in the time that it takes us to get to Kunamon's bed, our happiness and discipline will be at 0, because we are keeping Tainomon awake against her will. That's going to impact her happiness and discipline, and it's a guarantee that both definitely will fall to 0. And that's what we need. That's the preparation. 0 happiness and 0 discipline. I mean, the preparation for Kunamon is just for Tainomon to want to sleep. The preparation for the champion Digimon is for happiness and discipline to be at 0. That's what they are at the moment, and that's what they will be after we digivolve to Kunamon, and then we can digivolve again pretty much straight away. So here we are. This is the correct location. And sleeping is the correct action. And an immediate digivolution is the correct outcome. We've got the rookie Digimon in about half the time that it, well, less than that even, less than half the time that it would have taken to get a natural rookie. Now we scold with 0 happiness and discipline, and now we are digivolving again. If you have any rookie Digimon and you scold it when its happiness and discipline are both at 0, then it results in this Digivolution, which is happening right in front of your eyes, and you help yourself to Nanimon. Problem: happiness and discipline are extremely low, which means that the risk of the butterfly is a very big risk. It would probably be more accurate to call it an inevitability, so we do need to be extremely cautious of that, because I don't want to be seeing the butterfly. I don't want Nanimon to have the butterfly, because I want to try and get the best stats with Nanimon, than, you know, the best stats that are realistically possible to get with Nanimon. So I immediately go into training and I wait for the food bubble, because that's going to be very significant with filling our happiness and discipline back up, and quickly, fill it back up quickly. There's the food bubble. We feed him one of our happy mushrooms to boost happiness. He wants to eat more, so we give him a second happy mushroom to boost happiness even more. He still wants food, so another happy mushroom boosts his happiness even further. Okay, that's seen to his appetite, and we've put our happiness up by almost half in a very short amount of time. Continue training. This is another lifespan in which we don't want Sukamon, so make sure to take Nanimon to the toilet whenever he needs the toilet. I want to see the food bubble again. There it is. Last happy mushroom. Put happiness into the positive. He still wants to eat. So now an ice mushroom. Put his discipline into the positive. And that's all he wants to eat for now. But it's okay, because he will want to eat again. At the moment, another ice mushroom would put his discipline to the maximum, so I praised him, and as things stand, an ice mushroom would still put his discipline to the maximum, so it didn't matter that his discipline went down a bit, but by praising him, we were able to put his happiness up. Praise again. Then give the ice mushroom. Discipline will be virtually full. Still wants to eat, so praise him a load of times. Happiness is full. Another ice mushroom. Discipline is full as well. So we've now got maximum happiness and discipline. Both of them are at 100%, or at least that appears to be the case. The other ice mushrooms are not needed at the moment, but the last ice mushroom. So I put the last remaining ice mushroom into the item bank. Nanimon's natures are filth and battle. We have all of those techniques, so every filth technique, every battle technique. That means that there's no technique that Nanimon can learn. We've already got every technique that Nanimon can possibly learn or use, so Nanimon's not going to help with progress towards the medal which is to do with techniques, but simply digivolving to Nanimon has put us a step closer to the medal that you get for Digivolutions, and I don't plan to stop here with Nanimon. I do plan to digivolve naturally, and Nanimon's natural Digivolution is Digitamamon, and so I'm aiming to digivolve from Nanimon to Digitamamon, which is why I didn't want the butterfly, I didn't want stats going down, I didn't want lifespan being shortened. I want to do my best to be a good tamer, to keep happiness and discipline topped up, have a positive impact on my Digimon's lifespan, and if I get up the Digivolution requirements, I can go over what the requirements for Digitamamon are. Digitamamon. Okay, Digitamamon. So, digivolving naturally from Nanimon to Digitamamon. Digitamamon is the only Digimon that Nanimon can digivolve to. And, Nanimon is the only Digimon who can digivolve to Digitamamon. And Digitamamon is the only Digimon that Nanimon can digivolve to. Nanimon can't digivolve to any other Digimon, and no other Digimon can digivolve to Digitamamon. The stat requirements, which we definitely are not going to be fulfilling, are 3000 HP and MP, 400 attack, defense and speed, and 300 brains. I've just said I won't be fulfilling the stat requirement, so we are going to have to rely on the 3 other requirements: weight, care mistakes, and bonus condition. Now, the care mistake requirement, if the resource that I'm going by is correct and accurate, then the care mistake requirement is not at all lenient. The maximum number of care mistakes that you can have is 0. So if I want to digivolve from Nanimon to Digitamamon without fulfilling the stat requirement, then I'm not going to be allowed to have a single care mistake. That means no messing on the floor. It means having to feed Nanimon every time he wants to eat. And I think you also have to let your Digimon sleep, because I think that failure with that might be classed as a care mistake. So I have to avoid all care mistakes. Weight 5 to 15. Our weight is currently above that, and our weight is pretty much going upwards, and that's pretty much the only direction that it's going in. So we're currently moving further and further away from the weight requirement, but don't worry about that. I do have an idea in mind on how to get the weight back down, get it to within the correct range, the range of 5 to 15, and without any care mistakes. And I have an idea on how to do it, which doesn't involve not feeding Nanimon. As for the bonus condition, one of them is a minimum of 49 techniques, which I'm not fulfilling. So I would have to fulfill a different bonus condition. There's only one other bonus condition, and I regret to say that the bonus condition that we are going to be fulfilling is to have a minimum of 100 battles. That is correct. In order for us to digivolve from Nanimon to Digitamamon, we have to not have any care mistakes, have Nanimon's weight between the range of 5 to 15, and win 100 battles. I did make sure that before moving on to the lifespan where I would be using Nanimon, I did ensure that every battle technique and every filth technique would have been learnt already, and that's something that will help with winning battles, the fact that we're able to use all of the techniques that are available to Nanimon. And the reason why I'm currently training is to get my stats better to help with winning battles. I currently have Megaton Punch equipped, and I'm going to be having the easiest possible battles that are available to us. In other words, the basic Digimon who roam around the native forest just outside of the city. I'm working towards getting HP and MP up to 2000, and it would also be wise to work on attack and speed, so that you attack more frequently and do more damage with your attacks, and brains as well, so that we can have the attack command. Out of the Digimon who are just outside of the city, the nighttime Digimon are the Dakunamons, the daytime Digimon are the Betamon lookalikes, and the Betamon lookalikes are my preference of Digimon to fight against, and that's because I think Megaton Punch will work better against those Digimon than the Dakunamons. Dakunamons have Poison Claw, which is faster than Megaton Punch, and Poison Claw, for that reason, will stop Megaton Punch, and it will be MP wasted, and we won't damage the Dakunamon if our Megaton Punch is getting interrupted. Dakunamon also has Danger Sting. I think Danger Sting is a bit slower than Megaton Punch. As for Betamon, he has Static Electric, which is about the same speed, and then Water Blitz and Electric Cloud, well, those are attacks that don't get used from close range. You know, they're, you know, longer range attacks. And I'm not sure which technique would come out top dog, if it's Megaton Punch against Electric Cloud and Megaton Punch against Water Blitz. If it's Electric Cloud, well, if it's Megaton Punch against Electric Cloud, I suspect that both attacks will get produced. As for Water Blitz, it might be another case where both attacks will get produced, or if anything, I think Water Blitz would probably win, but the Digimon tends to use Static Electric the most frequently, so I just think that the Betamon lookalike is a better choice of opponent, because I think I will have more joy with producing Megaton Punch and not having it interrupted. So I think I've got a better chance of being able to perform Megaton Punch and do damage with it. But before I make any sort of start on the battles, I need to get my stats up to an amount which I believe will be adequate. Well, Nanimon goes to sleep during the nighttime period, wakes up during the daytime period, so it would seem that having battles straight after Nanimon wakes up is the best time to have the battles if I want to be having them against the daytime Digimon. I kind of feel like defense is not as important. Like, I've got, 2000 HP and MP. I've got HP recovery items, MP recovery items. I kind of feel like attack speed and brains are the techniques that are going to be most helpful. But at the same time, I guess I don't want my defense to be so terribly low that I'm having to use lots of recovery items. But yeah, the Digimon I want, the Betamon lookalikes, are the daytime Digimon, so have the battles after Nanimon first wakes up, because that's the daytime period. When it reaches 7 PM, it will then be the Digimons instead, who I'm less optimistic about fighting. And as you can see, I'm not just training, I'm resting as well to try to avoid tiredness. I'm collecting meat from Tainamon when the opportunity arises, avoiding care mistakes at all costs, feeding Nanimon when he wants to eat, taking him to the toilet when he needs the toilet, letting him sleep when he needs to sleep. Once I'm happy with my stats, I will then make a start with the battles, but it's going to take a long time, even with the basic opposition that we are going to be up against. It's still going to take a long time, because it's 100 battles that we need to have, and we are going to be having them with Nanimon as our Digimon, and very modest stats. I suspect that fulfilling the stat requirement for Digivolving is something that simply wasn't on the cards. So that's why I just didn't even contemplate trying to get the stat requirement. I just immediately put that aside and thought, okay, let's just worry about fulfilling the 3 other requirements. Um, 100 battles is going to be annoying and tedious and time consuming. The weight won't really be a problem because of the idea that I've got on how to bring weight back down while continuing to feed Nanimon when he wants to eat. The care mistake requirement does make me a bit nervous because it's a case of one single mistake and that's it. One single mistake and a reset would have to happen. Well, training defense will put brains up to 100. 101 in fact. So we now have the attack command. And this is where the fun really starts. if I've counted correctly, that's 10 battles, so 1/10 of the way there, 10% all the way, 10% of the way there. It's all about the tens. 10 battles, 10%, 1/10. I'm taking Nanimon to Gigimon's house so that I can rest. I don't want to be seeing the sweat bubble, and after resting, instead of returning to the native forest and having more battles, I'm going to spend the rest of the day training instead at the green gym, and I think attack would be a wise stat to work on, because my Megaton Punch wasn't strong enough to defeat the Digimon with a single attack, but it wasn't that far away, and if I was to work on my attack, then I might be able to defeat the Digimon with a single Megaton Punch that will make the battles quicker and easier. If I can defeat them with a single Megaton Punch, it would make the battles quicker and easier. It would cost less MP, and it should result in me getting attacked less, because they can't attack me when they're defeated. So the sooner I defeat them, the sooner I stop them from being able to attack me, and that should help preserve our HP. I did have to use a couple of medium MPs. But I didn't have to use any medium HPs because the Digimon dropped small HP recoveries, and I used them to keep my HP above a certain percentage, because I had injuries in mind, and I thought keep HP above a certain percentage and hopefully we will avoid injuries. And here you're going to see me have more battles. think Megaton Punch is the best choice of attack. Stronger than 7 of the 8 filth techniques. Slightly weaker than Ultimate Poop Bomb, but that is much slower and costs a lot more MP. I believe we are now up to 20 battles, and if I'm right, then in those 10 battles that we just had, I managed to, well, in 5 of them, I managed to win the battle with a single attack. And in the 10 before that, I didn't win any of them in a single attack. The point I'm making is that it certainly shows that we've increased our attack stat, but if we want to consistently win the battles with a single attack, or if we want to definitely win the battles with a single attack, then our attack stat is going to need further work. So that would be a sensible stat to train, and not only is it helping our attack, but it's helping our speed as well, and that's also a useful stat. If we are roughly going to do 10 battles a day, then it will take 10 days to have 100 battles. That's too long. Nanimon would fade away before we make it up to 100 battles, so we are going to need to increase the frequency of the battles. You know, we're going to have to maybe bring it up to 15 or 20 battles a day. At the moment, I'm going to stick where I am, which I think is 21 battles from 2 days, and I'm going to devote the rest of the day to the gym. If I was to have like 10 battles or so and then rest a few times and then go back to battling, then it's probably going to be the Digimons who I'm going to end up having to fight. I'm less willing to battle them Poison Claw would win against Megaton Punch. They can poison you with Poison Claw, they can flatten you with Danger Sting, they won't drop small recoveries, they might drop variouses instead, but not small recoveries. I think if I can you know, get better stats, then maybe I would then be more confident with fighting the Dacunamons, but I think I might equip Quick Poop Throw instead of Megaton Punch, because I think that might work better. But it's good that we've at least managed 21 battles, and if I can, you know, get better stats, have more small recoveries in my infantry, then maybe then we can extend it so that I'm having more than 10 battles, because I am going to need to increase the number of battles and have more than how many I've had during the previous 2 days. But now that we have trained our attack more and got it up to 200, hopefully we are going to be seeing a lot more one-hit knockouts. I paused here, but I went onto this menu so that you could see the timer going by, and from that have a rough idea how long I paused for. Then I carried on. think that's brought us up to 30 battles. And judging by how those 9 battles went, I would say that the position that we are currently in is that, providing our Megaton Punch doesn't get blocked, we are likely to defeat those Digimon with a single attack. But clearly a minority of our attacks were still doing less than 300 damage, so it would be justifiable to train more attack, but I think training speed would be justifiable as well, because there is, like, when we use Megaton Punch, there is a noticeable gap before we use another Megaton Punch. And even if we were strong enough to definitely defeat them in one, there would still be attacks getting blocked. And then how good your speed is will determine how much of a gap there is before you use your next attack. You can see attack is what I am continuing to work on for now, but speed is going up with it, so you know, speed is benefiting as well. Hopefully 250 attack will be sufficient. For now, giant meat remains as the food item that I'm giving to Nanimon. That will change later on. It will change to an alternative food item, which will cause Nanimon's weight to decrease instead of increase. So we can get his weight down to being within the range of 5 to 15 when the time is right. But I want to wait until I'm closer to 100 battles before worrying about weight. I think this is round 4 of the battles. So I'm sure it went 10, 21, 30. So that was 3 rounds. So this must be the 4th round. I'm not stopping with the battles yet. We only had 6. It's just where Nanimon needed the toilet, I thought we could tie in a couple of rests, and now we can resume with the battles. Still a number of hours before the Digivolving take over. if we were to leave now and come back, then it would be the Kunamons. But we can at least squeeze in one more battle by fighting this Betamon lookalike. I am struggling to keep count, but I think that's 46 battles. And most of the unblocked Megaton punches did 300 or more. I say most because I can't say that all of them did 300 or more, because they definitely didn't. So it's not quite a guarantee that one Megaton punch will do the job if it's a clean hit. But it's most likely that it will. I think that's 4 rests that I've had today, but I have also had 16 battles, 6 battles, 2 rests, 10 battles, 2 rests, so that's 1 rest for every 4 battles. I think speed is the better choice of stat to work on. That puts speed into the 200 club along with attack. HP and MP are in the 2000 club, which is the equivalent of 200 if you compare HP or MP to any of the 4 other stats. Well, if I can squeeze in another 16 battles and bring it up to 62, then I certainly wouldn't complain. At face value, that would seem good. But if I think about it more, I don't actually know if 16 battles a day here onwards would be good enough in order for us to reach 100 battles before Nanimon fades away. Worst case scenario, I would have to do some battles, do some resting, and then instead of devoting the rest of the day to training at the gym, devote it to even more battles, which would mean having to fight Agumons. I think that marks the half century. I think that was battle number 50, which is half a century, half of 100, which also happens to be the target that we're aiming for. And so that would mean that we are halfway there, so we have to repeat the amount of work that we've done already in order to be at 100 battles. And we're now more than halfway there. Battle number 51, that puts us into the second half. We are past the midway point, so the remaining work that's to be done is smaller than what we've already done. We are 9 battles better off than we were. But instead of going further with the battles, I paused to rest. Nanimon needing the toilet can't be far away. There it is. So after resting twice, I'm going to resume with the battles, and I think that having some battles and then resting and then having some more battles works better than how I was doing things previously, where I would have all the battles and then rest and then go and train at the gym. I'm a lot less dependent on the gym now, and if I have battles and then pause to rest, then not only is it helping with tiredness, but it's recovering HP and MP as well ahead of the next battle. So I think this is how to do things, certainly for the time being. And when I fear that when I fear that Nanimon might be starting to get tired, you know, when I fear that I might be getting closer to seeing the sweat bubble, I can rest some more and then choose between having battles for the remainder of the day or using the gym for the remainder of the day, bearing in mind that if it is battles, then it would have to be against Agumon. We've reached the time of day in which it's Digimons. I've got Quick Poop Throw equipped, and I've also equipped Counter as well, just because both of Digimon's techniques are techniques that Counter can work on. Poison Claw and Danger Sting, Counter can work against both of those techniques. So it might pay off to have Counter. If Digimon was to get me with, or try and get me with Poison Claw or Danger Sting, then if I was to use Counter, then it should do a fair bit of damage and also stop me from taking damage and save me from potential status harm. Ah, there it is. And it defeated him and won. Quick Poop Throw is the technique I will strike with. It's quick, and I think that it will probably come out on top against Poison Claw and Danger Sting. Certainly Danger Sting. It didn't do much damage. And I'm thinking maybe Digimon is resistant to filth. So I know that my attack isn't exactly breathtaking, but when I think about the amount of damage that Quick Poop Throw supposedly does, according to the menu and status, and also when I think about how low Digimon's defense probably is, it makes me suspect that filth doesn't work too well against Kunamon's type. But now I've taken a pause from both battles and training, and I've come to the Dragon Eye Lake to do some fishing. There are specific fish I'd like to catch. Just checking if there's a Digimushroom down there, and there isn't. That's a black trout caught. Black trout is a food item which boosts your Digimon stats by a tiny amount, but it also decreases weight by 2. You saw I gave a black trout to Nanimon there, and it put his weight from 50 down to 48. Thus reducing weight by 2. less significantly, it also boosts HP and MP by 10, and attack, defense, speed and brains by 1. And the Black Trouts is the solution to how I'm going to get Nanimon's weight down so that it's within the range of 5 to 15, and without me needing to not feed Nanimon, which would count as a care mistake. And in case you don't know what I'm doing at the moment, I'm going to the secret item shop in Gear Savannah. It is day 15 today. Because of that, this is the last day of the year in which the secret item shop will be available to us. And it's because of that why I wanted to make the most of the opportunity to go to the secret item shop and top up on items that I'm able to top up on, which I think would be useful to top up on. If I don't do it today, then I would have to wait until the following year, and I didn't want to get into a battle. Well, that's a step closer to the 100 battles target, even though it wasn't an intentional battle. I'm not sure if I'm managing to keep track of the number of battles that I've had so far. I think that was, well, including the Goborimon, I think I've had about 66 battles. That's the number that I've got in my head, but I'm not 100% sure about that. I think I might have, I think there might be like 1 or 2 battles that I've counted twice. Or there might be 1 or 2 that I've forgotten to count. So I think it's about 66, give or take 1 or 2. I let Nanimon sleep before the clock reached the next hour, because I have a feeling it might count as a care mistake if you don't let your Digimon sleep on the hour in which the sleep bubble appears. So if you don't let your Digimon sleep on the first hour in which your Digimon starts to signal for sleep, then I have a feeling that that might count as a care mistake, but I'm not 100% sure. But just to be on the safe side, I made sure I put Nanimon to sleep before we reached the next hour. I read online that there is definitely a care mistake which is linked to sleep, but I didn't do a very good job at understanding it, and I don't know if the care mistake is failure to let your Digimon sleep on the first hour in which it starts to show you the sleep bubble, or if you have to not let your Digimon sleep at all on a day in order for it to count as a care mistake. So I don't know if I would have had to have not let Nanimon sleep at all in order for it to be a care mistake, or if failure to let him sleep on the very first hour in which he wanted to sleep was enough for it to be a care mistake. But for the time being, we're going to continue with battles until Nanimon shows us the food bubble, and that will be our cue to go to the Dragon Eye Lake and do some more fishing. Black trouts will be the targets. Since we're fighting the Betamon lookalike Digimon, I took out Quick Poop Throw and put Megaton Punch back in, and I kept Counter as well, because Counter can work against Static Electric. So Counter isn't necessarily a waste of time. Ah, there's the food bubble. And we've only got an hour and a half to give Nanimon the first black trout. So battles are to be put on hold for the time being. Nanimon is to have a black trout diet. In other words, black trouts are to be the only thing that he's to eat until we get his weight within the range of 5 to 15. If we are successful with getting his weight to be within the range before we've had 100 battles, then it might be okay to then sometimes give him giant meats instead, providing the weight doesn't exceed 15. It might also be okay to feed him black trouts as long as the weight doesn't fall below 5. If we succeed with the battle requirement before the weight requirement, then I'll just have to continue to feed him black trouts when he wants to eat until his weight is low enough. Worst case scenario, I might have to force feed him if we end up needing to lower his weight urgently due to him getting too close to fading away and us not being able to get his weight down in time. But we've got 10 black trouts that will satisfy his appetite for the time being. Between them, they will lower his weight by 20. His weight will also go down from him using the toilet and sleeping, and I can't think of anything that will cause his weight to increase, because although we are going to be feeding him when he wants to eat, we're going to be feeding him food items that cause his weight to go down instead of going up. Quick poop throw will work better against red Digimon. Like Decunamon, red Digimon has Poison Claw. And I will certainly settle with only one of them choosing to fight. Even if I was to battle and defeat 2 Digimon at once, I'm pretty sure it still only counts as one battle. I think it counts as one battle regardless of how many Digimon you fight against in the battle. So be it 1, 2 or 3, I don't think it makes any difference. And I think that puts us up to 73 battles. but I'm going to be returning to the part of the native forest just outside of the File City, where the battles for the time being are going to be against the Betamon lookalikes. So Megaton Punch is my choice of technique, as well as counter. Another very small advantage of the black trouts is the fact that when you feed one to your Digimon, you do get a very modest stat boost. 10 HP and MP, and 1 attack, defense, speed and brains. We've had a fair number of battles since waking up, so I think there was no harm in resting. No harm in resting. In fact, I think good would have come out of it. We certainly would have reduced tiredness that would have built up from those battles. Tiredness wouldn't have been massively high, but we still need to maintain it. at the end of this battle it's going to be 7 PM, which means that if I leave and re-enter, then it's going to be Agumons, who will be the Digimon roaming around here in the native forest. With that in mind, we might as well stay in this area, just so that we can defeat this guy as well. We are up to 80 battles, I think. I suppose if we were to be effective and efficient with our resting, then those 20 battles could be done in one day. You know, if we were to wake up tomorrow, then during Nanimon's active hours, I suppose we could manage 20 battles. I do think more resting is due. Okay, so our weight's fallen to 33. So it's definitely heading in the right direction. I think the 10 black trouts will prove to be more than enough. and you all know what's to come. Battles! Unexciting battles. This is the last hour until the Digimons take over. So we're not going to be able to get too many more battles until that happens. And I have to confess, I have completely lost count with how many battles we've had so far. The total is surely somewhere in the 90s, but I have lost count. I don't know the exact number, but unless I'm mistaken, we haven't had any care mistakes with Nannymon, so we're still fulfilling that requirement. Stats, well, we're not fulfilling that requirement, but I never anticipated any differently. We are getting there with the battles, and we are getting there with the weight as well. Just need to keep defeating Digimon, keep using black trouts as the food item for Nanimon, and if we just keep doing what we're doing, then the Digivolution can't be too far away. So at the end of this battle it will be 7 PM, so if we defeat this guy and stay on screen, then we can defeat one other of the Betamon lookalikes. And then it'll just be Dakunamons available for the rest of the day. Well, regardless of what we do for the day's remaining hours, I think rest is something that will be much needed. Okay, so our weight is now within range, which means that we are currently fulfilling the weight requirement. And the care mistake requirement. So at the moment it's all about the bonus condition, that being the battles, but I don't think I have to worry about squeezing those battles in today. I think there's no harm in my decision to train for the rest of the day. We've just entered a new day and Nanimon is 13. I predict that he would fade away when he's 14 or 15. plenty of time to have the remaining battles after Nanimon wakes up, and I would think we're only a handful of battles away. Our weight would have gone down from the other black trout and the toilet and sleeping, so when Nanimon next wants to eat, I think a giant meat would be the best choice of food item. If we just keep the weight within the range of 5 to 15 and then continue to battle, there should come a point in which Nanimon will digivolve after winning a battle once we reach the target of 100 battles. We've had Nanimon for much longer than what's necessary in order for him to be able to digivolve naturally, because it's about 6 days. That's roughly how long you need to have a champion Digimon for before it can digivolve naturally. We were early with digivolving to Nanimon, because we took Tainamon to Kunamon's bed and digivolved to Kunamon at the first opportunity, and then immediately digivolved to Nanimon. So we've probably had him for about twice as long as what's necessary. Just keep battling until he digivolves. That's all that can be done, really. Take him to the toilet if he needs the toilet. Give him giant meat if he needs to eat. Only switch for black trouts if his weight was to get close to exceeding 15, but at the moment I think his weight is at the lower end of the range. Ooh, it looks like we're there. Are we digivolving to Digitamamon? That's exactly who we are digivolving to. Tamer level went up. Stats. It's all about the 3s and the 4s. And brains being at 342 is a very useful number, because with that we would only have to train once in order to reach 350 brains and have the opportunity to learn a technique. Digitarmamon has fire as his first nature and can learn all 8 of the fire techniques. We have 5 of the 8 fire techniques. The 3 that we are waiting for are Prominence Beam, Meltdown, and Infinity Burn. I believe that Meltdown and Infinity Burn are the 2 hardest fire techniques to learn, which means that if we were to learn a technique by training brains, then it should be, I suspect it will be Prominence Beam. And the objective is not simply for Digitarmamon to fade away. There is work that I would like to do with him. One of the tasks is to learn the remaining fire techniques. That was something that I had set out to do with him. And there is one other thing that I have in mind as well, and it would be helpful to learn Prominence Beam first before trying the other thing that I have in mind. Weighing everything up, I think the plan is to learn Prominence Beam, then do the other thing that I have in mind, and then spend the rest of Digitarmamon's days trying to learn Meltdown and Infinity Burn. And if we are successful with that, then Digitarmamon's usefulness would then be over, and it would then be a case of just waiting for him to fade away. But he's not to fade away beforehand. I digivolved from Nanimon to Digitarmamon with ideas on things that I wanted to do with Digitarmamon, and it wasn't just about digivolving to Digitarmamon so that we can tick the box that says we've digivolved to Digitarmamon, therefore we are one step closer to being able to get the medal for having every Digimon. Prominence Beam is mine. But there is more training to be done, just for the time being. Considering my brains goes up by 11 when I train, if I was to do the butterfly brain training later on, the brain training that I did with Numamon, then I am going to want my brain stat to be higher than being in the 300s, when grinding for the remaining techniques. That is, of course, if I decide to go down the route of the butterfly brain training. Another option could be to just repeatedly train brains so that we're going like 400, 450, 500, 550, 600, 650, etc, etc, and hope that we successfully learn both of the remaining techniques before our brains gets up to 999, because once it gets there, we wouldn't be able to get our brains to go any higher, so we wouldn't be able to learn any other techniques from training brains unless we were to use the butterfly, because it is possible to learn a technique when your brains reaches 999, but it has to exactly reach 999. So with our brains going up by 11 every time we train, in order for us to be able to learn a technique from our brains going up to 999, it would have to be 988, so that we train, brains goes up by 11, and then 999 is the exact value that it would reach. If our brains was, say, 990, and we were to train and brains was to go up by 11, then it would put brains up to 999, but we would have no chance of learning a technique, because 999 wouldn't have been the exact value, because 990 plus 11 is 1001 and not 999. But I've got Prominence Beam equipped, and I'm done with the training for the time being, and I've put Meltdown and Infinity Burn on the back burner. Pun might have been intended. I'll leave you to figure that out for yourselves. So what are we doing at the moment? Why are we going through Mount Panorama? Am I heading for the secret item shop in Gear Savannah? No, it's closed. It's between days 15 and 30, so the secret item shop is not available. Am I heading for the Moldramons in Friesland to do trading? No, I'm not doing that either. Am I going to the Volume Villa for some reason? No, that's also not what I'm doing. I am going somewhere, and I did specifically want Digitalmamon to want to sleep, because the destination I'm heading for, I do want Digitalmamon to want to sleep when I get there, because I would like to sleep and save beforehand. So we are going to have to keep Digitalmamon awake against his will until we reach the destination. the destination is Toy Town. I am going there hoping to defeat Worumantsimon, and that might puzzle some of you. You might be wondering, why am I doing that? And the answer is that when you defeat Worumantsimon, that alone doesn't result in any recruitment. He gives you the gear, but unless you go to the robot Digimon and present the gear to them, you won't get any prosperity points. When you do give them the gear, Muntsimon joins the city, that's a recruitment, that's free prosperity points. In this instance, that would be a challenge failed, but I'm not going to do that. If I am successful with defeating Worumantsimon, then I would simply hold on to the gear and return to the city and put the gear in the item bank where it will stay for the rest of the game. I want to defeat Worumantsimon because there's a HP chip in the room where you battle him, which I would be able to help myself to afterwards. Not only that, but when you defeat Worumantsimon, he sometimes drops a HP chip. I think it's a 50-50 probability, and I would like him to drop a HP chip so that I get 2 HP chips in total instead of just 1, and that's what makes the sleep-in significant, because when I go to Toy Town, I plan to make it past the Toy Agumons, make it past the room with the Toy Agumons, make it past the room with the Tankmons, go into the room with the Clear Agumons. That's the last room before the room where Worumantsimon is, and the room with the Clear Agumons, that's where I plan to sleep and save, and then go to the last room, battle Worumantsimon. If he drops the HP chip, then great, I carry on. If he doesn't drop the HP chip, then I will reset and try again, and keep going until he does drop a HP chip, and I won't continue until he does drop a HP chip. That might mean having to battle him a number of times, but hopefully our luck won't be too bad. So we are battling Worumantsimon in pursuit of 2 HP chips. You will get money for defeating him, which doesn't really matter. And I've got Prominence Beam equipped as the technique that I'm going to be using against Worumantsimon. I wanted to learn Prominence Beam first, so that we could use Prominence Beam as the attack against Worumantsimon. It's a lot better than any of the other techniques that I had. I'm happy with Prominence Beam, and once we are done here, we can then commit ourselves to trying to learn the remaining fire techniques. There are also air and water techniques that Digitamamon can learn, but I'm not interested in that because neither of those types are Digitamamon's first nature. You know, air isn't his first nature, nor is water, so I want to reserve the air techniques for a Digimon who has air as their first nature, reserve the water techniques for a Digimon who has water as their first nature. The job with Digitamamon is to learn the fire techniques because he has fire as his first nature. So fire is his department, and this is no longer our first try. I did reset more than once, and we were lucky in that when resetting, the door in the middle was the correct door and was also the door that we slept next to. So when resetting, I was able to just go straight through and have another battle with Worumantsimon. But each time I did have to make sure that I did something differently in the battle, so that I wasn't just having the exact same battle over and over again, because that wouldn't have any impact on the outcome. What I mean is that if I was to keep battling Worumantsimon, keep fighting the exact same way, so that the battle is exactly the same every time, the outcome on whether or not a HP chip gets dropped would remain the same. So to create the opportunity for a HP chip to get dropped, I had to make sure that I did something in the battle slightly differently to make the battle different, and then create the possibility of a HP chip being dropped. Battle 1. HP chip dropped. That is just a bomb, nothing useful. There's the gear. Gear is mine, HP chip is mine, HP chip 2 is mine. And autopilot is for Mr. Egghead. If we can train our brains and get it high, then Digitamamon really would be an egghead. And if we were to be presented with an awkward situation where we have to be extremely careful and delicate, then I guess you could say that we would be walking on eggshells. But I don't want to make too many egg puns. They might be annoying you, and if you are hoping that I am going to stop with the egg puns, then you are in luck. The question of, am I going to stop with the egg puns? The answer, I shall. I shall stop with the egg puns. So we're still at 1 prosperity point. That is obviously a good thing, because if it was any higher than 1, then well, we would have failed the challenge. So yes, I haven't obliviously recruited any Digimon or scored any prosperity points. Certainly nothing additional to the Agumon that we recruited at the start of the game, which gave us 1 prosperity point. Upon doing a tiny bit of digging, I've come to learn that you can learn a new technique when your brains reaches 550. I'm not entirely sure where it goes from there. You know, with like 600, 650, 700. You know, I'm not entirely sure, you know, what like other amounts after like 550 brains. I'm not sure what like other numbers you're able to learn techniques on, but I've established that new techniques can be learned when brains reaches 550. So what I'm doing is training to get my brains so that it's close to 550. I'm then going to praise and scold Digivolving until his happiness and discipline drops to 0 or thereabouts. And I went... okay, well, I ended up going to over 550 brains. No technique was learnt, but this is where I will now praise and scold Digivolving until happiness and discipline drop to 0 or thereabouts, so that the butterfly will be produced, and then we will do butterfly brain training with 550 being the significant number, and I will have the opportunity to learn a technique every time brains makes it up to 550. The butterfly will bring brains back down to under 550. I will keep getting chances to learn techniques. There are 2 techniques to be learnt, Meltdown and Infinity Burn. And 550 was the ideal amount, because if my brains is 550 or slightly over, then the butterfly will make brains go down by 11, and when I train, 11 is how much my brains goes up by, so it's the perfect amount in that when the butterfly makes my brains go down, I will only need my brains to go down by one amount in order for me to be in a position where I will only have to train once in order to get my brains up to 550, and then I'll only need the butterfly to make my brains go down once in order to get it under 550. So it's just very helpful and convenient that the amount that my brains is going down by from the butterfly is equal to how much my brains is going up by from training. Because if the butterfly made my brains go down by a larger amount than how much it goes up by, then there might come scenarios where I would have to train twice in order to get my brains back up to 550. And annoyingly, my brains did actually go down by 2 amounts there, and because of that I did have to train twice. But that was just down to my own stupidity. Or was it bad luck? I'm not sure. Oh, there's Infinity Burn. I was saying about it being good that the butterfly doesn't make my brains go down by a larger amount than how much it goes up by. And also it's good that my brains doesn't go down by less than how much it goes up by, because in that situation I would either have to have the butterfly put my brains down by 2 amounts in order for my brains to... Well, there would come times where I would have to need the butterfly to put my brains down by 2 amounts in order for it to fall below 550, or I would sometimes have to do a bonus try in order for my brains to go up by a smaller amount. Otherwise, I would need the butterfly to make brains go down by 2 amounts. And, doing the bonus try can be risky, because there is the small chance that you might be successful with the bonus try and then brains goes up by an even larger amount, which creates even more problems, because then you need the butterfly to bring your stats down a few times so that you can get brains back down to under 550. Like with Numamon, I am praising and scolding at times. Sometimes it's just to bring happiness and discipline down, to try and help with keeping happiness and discipline at low levels. Sometimes it's to try and prevent the butterfly from appearing at times where it wouldn't be helpful to have the butterfly. Sometimes it's to try and get the butterfly to disappear if I've got the butterfly at times where it's not helpful to have the butterfly. Because even though I'm using tactics where you do have to rely very heavily on the butterfly, it's not necessarily helpful to have like the butterfly permanently, because you do have to leave the training board so that you can like take your Digimon to the toilet, give it meat, approach Tainemon for meat. Yeah, you do have to do certain things other than just training, and that's when the butterfly could cause more harm than what's necessary. Okay, well I need the butterfly to put brains down, which it's done. And that's the news I wanted to hear. We are now done with fire techniques. The list of fire techniques is complete, along with the list of battle techniques and filth techniques. So that's 3 of the 8. Wait, is it 8 natures? No, 7 natures. Because there's 56 techniques in total, aren't there? Each nature has 8. Yes, there's 7 natures, so 3, 7 natures, so 4 remaining: earth, air, machine, and what's the other one? Earth, air, machine, water. But with those techniques learnt, Digitalmamon no longer has any usefulness. So from here we are training just to pass the time, trying to speed up his death. We are just waiting for Digitalmamon to fade away so we can move on to our next lifespan and focus on Digimon who we do still need. Try to move on to the next lifespan and aim to Digivolve 2 Digimon who we haven't had yet, who we do need. So we just want time to go by as quickly as possible. I have no further use for Digitalmamon. We just want him to fade away. for the time being, it's just going to be me training and resting, collecting meat from Tainomon if I get the opportunity, just the same stuff over and over until we make it to the end of Digitamon's lifespan. I would think that since we had the butterfly, as well as very low happiness and discipline, and we do still have very low happiness and discipline, Digitamon's lifespan would have been shortened, so we shouldn't be waiting too much longer, because it said that he was 17 and it's late into the day. When he sleeps, that will take us... Oh, okay. I was about to say that when he sleeps it will take us through to tomorrow when he will be 18, but we didn't even make it that far. He's fading away now. I already know which champion Digimon I'm aiming for, and once again the situation is that it was completely irrelevant which egg I picked, because it's completely irrelevant which baby Digimon I start off with, and it's completely irrelevant what in training Digimon the baby Digimon can digivolve to, and what rookie Digimon the in training Digimon can digivolve to. In fact, we're not even going to be seeing a in training Digimon or a rookie Digimon in this lifespan, because we are going to be going straight from a baby Digimon to a champion Digimon. We're going to be going straight from Yoramon to a champion Digimon. It's not going to be a natural Digivolution, it's going to be a special Digivolution. The Digimon that we are going to be digivolving to is a Digimon that any Digimon can digivolve to. Any and every Digimon, that is. We won't take Yoramon to the toilet, we will just sleep. There's a bit of feces on the floor. Train once. We are now digivolving. The virus gorge is currently full. The virus gorge is about to become empty, and we are about to pay the price for filling up the virus gorge, which came as a result of messing on the floor a total of 16 times. Sukamon is our Digimon. We won't be going to Trash Mountain and getting Sukamon turned back to Yoramon, because Sukamon is the Digimon that we need to have. Sukamon is useful, not because there are any techniques that we can learn from him. But because there is a Digivolution up for grabs, the Digivolution that I'm talking about is the Digivolution from Sukamon to Etamon. And I'm just going to look at the requirements for Digivolving to Etamon, just so that if anyone's not aware of the requirements, then I can fill them in. Okay, here we are. Etamon, the stat requirement, which we are not going to be fulfilling, is 2000 HP, 3000 MP, 400 attack, 200 defense, 400 speed, 300 brains. According to the resource that I'm looking at, the care mistake requirement is 0, which was the same when we had Nanimon as our Digimon and were aiming to Digivolve to Digitarmamon. The weight requirement for Etamon is a tiny bit higher than the weight requirement for Digitarmamon. For Digitarmamon it was 5 to 15, for Etamon it's 10 to 20. As for the bonus condition, which we will have to fulfill, along with the care mistake requirement and the weight requirement, since we are not going to be fulfilling the stat requirement, the bonus condition, either a minimum of 49 techniques, which we don't fulfill and are not going to, certainly not in this lifespan and not for probably quite a few lifespans to come. The other bonus condition is a minimum of 50 battles, and that's what we are going to have to do. We had to have 40 battles when Greymon was our Digimon, so that we could Digivolve to Skull Greymon. It was a lot worse when Nanimon was our Digimon. We had to have 100 battles so that we could Digivolve to Digitarmamon, and here with Sukamon it's half as bad. We will have to win 50 battles so that we can Digivolve to Etamon. So the reason why I'm training at the gym is to make Sukamon's stats better, so that battles will be more winnable, and quick poop throw is the technique that I'm going to be using, and the Dakunamons are my preference for Digimon to have the battles against. I think that if I attack with quick poop throw, then hopefully that will win against Poison Claw and Danger Sting. I'm sure it would win against Danger Sting. Poison Claw and Danger Sting are close range attacks. Quick Poop Throw is not. So if I was to use Quick Poop Throw, then the Digimon would have to come up to me in order to attack me, and in the time that it would take for him to come up to me, hopefully the Quick Poop Throw will be produced already, and I would be able to defeat him, hopefully without too much trouble. At the moment, we're just going to be training just until I feel like we are ready and able to make a start with the battles. I will continue to avoid care mistakes at all cost. As for weight, I will feed giant meats to Sukamon to begin with, but his weight will, you can see it's 37, and it will continue to go upwards, so it's going to get further and further away from the requirement, but the solution will be the same as what the solution was when we had Nanimon as our Digimon. At some point I will go fishing and catch black trouts, and I will feed them to Sukamon instead of giant meats to bring his weight back down so that it's within the range of 10 to 20 when we need it to be. It doesn't really matter at the moment because the only requirement we are currently fulfilling is the care mistake requirement. Fulfilling the weight requirement as well won't achieve anything because that will just be 2 of the requirements. We will need a 3rd requirement. For us it's going to be the bonus condition, but we need to have 50 battles before we are fulfilling the bonus condition. And we also need to have Sukamon for a minimum of 6 days before it's even possible for him to digivolve. I have no hesitation that the 6 days will certainly pass, no problem. When I think about the amount of time that's going to be devoted to training and battles, I'm sure the 6 days will be up long before we've had our 50th battle. The 50 battles I think is going to be the biggest drain. I think that's going to be the most, that's going to like cause us like the most difficulty, the most, it's going to be the most time consuming. I think that it's fine to give giant meats to Sukamon for the time being, because even if his weight does get high, we can just bring it back down with black trouts. That was how we did things when we had Nanimon as our Digimon. It worked with him, and I would expect it to work with Sukamon. Sukamon has filth as his first and only nature. Etamon has battle as his first nature, followed by air, followed by filth. We have every battle and filth technique. Because of that, we won't be learning any techniques with Sukamon or Etamon. I'm not going to try to learn air techniques with Etamon. That will be reserved for a Digimon who has air as their first nature. all it's about really is fulfilling the requirements to digivolve from Sukamon to Etamon, and it's all in the interest of progress towards the Digivolution medal, the medal for digivolving to every Digimon. That's what we are working towards, that's the medal that we are working towards. We're not going to be making any progress towards any of the other medals, with the possible exception of the 10-year medal, because we are consuming time by doing what we're doing, so we are also making progress towards the medals that you get once 10 years have gone by, but we are permanently making progress towards that. For as long as time is ticking by, we are making progress towards the 10-year medal. But for the time being, it's just pretty much going to be me training. Sukamon goes to sleep at about 6 PM, just before the daytime Digimon change to nighttime Digimon. When he wakes up, it's still the nighttime period, which means that the Digimon in the native forest outside of the File City will be Dakunamons, and they will be there until 7 AM. Enough time for us to squeeze in a fair number of battles, and when it changes from the nighttime Digimon to the daytime Digimon, I will probably use that time to do more training. Certainly to begin with anyway, because our stats are going to be limited. If I'm having battles after Sukamon wakes up, having battles after Sukamon wakes up, and then doing more training once the nighttime Digimon are gone, then I will be making progress towards the bonus condition for Etamon, while also making my stats better, thus making the battles easier to win. So it'll just help me with the future battles, and the training is what is to be done until Sukamon sleeps, and then it'll be more battles after he wakes up. I do need to, among that, I do also need to continue with the other sensible things, such as collecting meat from Tainomon, feeding Sukamon, taking him to the toilet, resting accordingly, and a visit to the Dragon Eye Lake is due, because black trouts will be needed. I made sure that I digivolved to Sukamon as quickly as possible, so that I would have as much time as possible with Sukamon as my Digimon. Yeah, more time to devote to the training and the battles and just fulfilling the requirements that need to be fulfilled. When you digivolve to Sukamon, your stats are halved, and when you train as Sukamon, the stat boosts that you get are really not that great at all. So you are going to be limited with Sukamon in regards to stats. You have the similar problem with Numamon, except it's not as bad, because when you digivolve to Numamon, your stats only go down by 20%, not 50%, but your stats do still go down, and I think Numamon is as bad as Sukamon when it comes to training. Nanimon, I think your stats stay the same when you digivolve to Nanimon, but the training isn't good. I think it's either as bad as Sukamon or maybe slightly better. I thought it would be wise to digivolve to Sukamon at the earliest opportunity, so that I would have less of a stat reduction when digivolving to him. If you digivolve to Sukamon when your HP is 200, then your HP will only go down by 100 from digivolving to him. But if you digivolve to Sukamon when your HP is 1000, then it would go down by 500, which is quite a bit more. If you were to digivolve to Sukamon when your HP is 5000, then it would go down by 2500. So the lower your stats are when you digivolve to Sukamon, the smaller the stat increase will be. It's always going to be 50%, but the physical amount will vary, so I think it just makes more sense to digivolve to Sukamon as soon as possible and bring your stats up by training with Sukamon, instead of training with a different Digimon first and then digivolving to Sukamon later on and then having a bigger stat reduction. If I'm a good tamer, avoid care mistakes, look after Sukamon, keep happiness and discipline high, keep tiredness down, then Sukamon could live until he's as old as 15. Because we digivolved to Sukamon after a matter of hours. We should have the opportunity to have Sukamon as our Digimon for at least 14 days. But hopefully he will Digivolve before then. Euromon needed the toilet after I trained 3 times. So that was 3 hours gone. I slept so that she went to the toilet in her sleep. That's another hour, bringing it up to 4 hours. Then I trained once more. The Digivolution happened straight after. So we were 5 hours into our lifespan when we Digivolved to Sukamon. It doesn't require tremendous observation to realise that after my first Digimon faded away, that being Skullgreymon, I then prioritised the Filth Digimon. Numamon first, followed by Nanimon, followed by Sukamon. And that was intentional. It was the result of choice. I did want to get the 3 Filth Digimon out of the way first. The 3 worst Digimon. Get them out of the way. Digivolve to them. Learn all of the Filth techniques. Digivolve to the ultimate Digimon that each individual Filth Digimon can Digivolve to. Muncimon for Numamon, Digitamamon for Nanimon, and Etamon to be for Sukamon. And with the Filth Digimon sorted, it should then be easier thereafter. When I say easier, I should be able to get better stats and have more effective training, and hopefully easier Digivolutions. I do need to continue to learn techniques, that might prove to be a challenge, but we will see. Nanimon was needed for Digitamamon, Sukamon was needed, is needed for Etamon. The only other Digimon that I suppose Nanimon or Sukamon could be good for is Vadermon, and that's because if you want to Digivolve to Vadermon, then you need to have a champion Digimon for a minimum of 10 days, and you have to praise or scold your Digimon after praise or scold your champion Digimon after the 10 days have elapsed, and you can then Digivolve to Vadermon. I think there's a 50% chance, but if you just keep praising and scolding, then it should Digivolve eventually, because it's like, if you've got a champion Digimon, you've had it for over 10 days, and you praise it or scold it, then I think there's a 50% chance of it digivolving to Veidamon. If it doesn't, and you then praise or scold it again, then I think you get another 50% chance of digivolving to Veidamon. And if that doesn't work, and if you keep praising and scolding, I think you keep getting a 50% chance every time. And so you should, you know, digivolve to Veidamon after a number of praises or scolds. And the reason why Sukamon or Nanimon could be significant for digivolving to Veidamon is because of the fact that you need a champion Digimon for a minimum of 10 days. If you digivolve naturally from a baby Digimon to an in-training Digimon to a rookie Digimon to a champion Digimon, then the champion Digimon might fade away before you've had it for long enough in order to have the opportunity to digivolve to Veidamon. But in this challenge you would have seen that Nanimon and Sukamon are champion Digimon who you can get earlier than natural champion Digimon, and because of that it's much easier to have Sukamon or Nanimon for 10 days or more. So that's why with them it's a lot easier to be able to digivolve to Veidamon. That doesn't necessarily mean that I will digivolve to Nanimon or Sukamon again in this challenge. Digivolving to Veidamon can be done with a natural champion, especially if you prolong your Digimon's lifespan with the use of Digi-Sea-Basses. Digi-Sea-Basses are fish at the Dragon Eye Lake that can be caught by using black trouts as bait, and the black trouts themselves are easy enough to catch. Every Digi-Sea-Bass that you give to your Digimon prolongs its lifespan by 3 hours, so it shouldn't be a huge task to catch enough Digi-Sea-Basses just to prolong a Digimon's lifespan by 1 or 2 days. And with the help of Digi-Sea-Basses, digivolving from a natural champion to Veidamon should be achievable. Because really it's just all about having the champion Digimon for 10 days. That's pretty much all there is to it. This will be where the battles begin. At the same time, I am now more cautious of my Digimon's weight. I have 1 black trout in my inventory. I can give that to Sukamon when his appetite kicks in, but if the black trout doesn't satisfy his appetite, or if it does, but his appetite then kicks in again later, I would then have to go to the Dragoneye Lake to catch more black trouts. The situation is, if the black trout satisfies Sukamon's appetite the first time, then I carry on battling, and when his appetite kicks in for the second time, I then go to the Dragoneye Lake, or if the black trout doesn't satisfy Sukamon's appetite when it kicks in for the first time, that will be when I have to go to the Dragoneye Lake. I've only got one black trout. I would have to go to the Dragoneye Lake to catch more when more are needed. I can't not feed Sukamon as a method of getting his weight to decrease, because that would be a care mistake. So instead, it's about feeding Sukamon black trouts, which will decrease his weight instead of increasing it. Battles and weight are the current priorities. Stats are irrelevant as far as Digivolutions are concerned. Care mistakes are where they need to be and where they need to stay. At the moment, you're going to be seeing me just having battles over and over again. 4 battles in and the food bubble has appeared, that single black trout did satisfy Sukamon's appetite. We don't need to go to the Dragon Eye Lake yet. We can continue to battle, but we do need, well, we'll need black trouts in our inventory when the next food bubble shows up. In the meantime, it's all about battles. It's 7 AM. If we leave and re-enter, the Dakunamons will be gone. By staying in this area, we have been able to battle one extra Dakunamon by fighting this one as well. And this is, I think, battle number 9. The battles have been trickier so far than what I would have hoped. Our attacks are doing well under 100 damage. A lot of them are getting blocked. We're getting attacked quite a bit, getting poisoned and flattened. Even though the food bubble isn't present, I've still chosen to come here for the Dragon Eye Lake. The food bubble can't be far away, and okay, there it is, and we won't be able to fight any more Dakunamons for the rest of the day. We are, if I counted correctly, 1 battle away from 10 battles. So 1 battle away from being 20% of the way there. As a fraction, 1/5. As a decimal, 0.2. 10 battles, 20%, 1/5. 0.2. It's all about the 10s and the 20s and the 5s and the 0.2. Right, this can be fed to Sukamon here and now. 1 was enough. And now we need black trouts for later. 10 black trouts to keep us going for the time being. If we need more, we can catch more. If we end up with some left over, then they can be put in the item bank and reserved for later, and used to lower a future Digimon's weight if it would be helpful to do that, or be reserved for catching Digi Sea Basses if that was to be helpful, if we were to need to prolong a Digimon's lifespan or increase a Digimon's wait without wanting to have to force feed a Digimon too much, then Digi-Sea-Basses are a sensible choice. They do boost your weight by 4, I think. Nine battles certainly warrants some resting, and I think judging by how badly the fights are going, the battles, I mean, certainly from my point of view the battles are going badly. So I think it'd be a good idea to do more training. Attack is something that could do with being better. All of our stats could probably do with being better, to be honest. But attack is particularly bad, so let's work on it. I'm hoping that, one black trout will be enough every time Sukamon wants to eat. It's looking promising so far. 3 times out of 3 it has been enough. Will it be 4 times out of 4? Yes. I was getting irritated by having a medicine in the item bank that couldn't be taken out. So I discarded one of my medicines to solve that problem. I took the various out. We can use that to cure poison or cure being flattened. The battles are to continue. I think this is our 10th battle. Just like the previous day, appetite has kicked in after 4 battles. Weight has fallen to 29. I imagine that we will get our weight down to be within the range of 10 to 20 before the day ends. That aside, we have to stay focused on having battles with Digimon. 9 battles yesterday, 9 battles today, 18 battles in total, unless I've miscounted. Training my attack hasn't made the battles a great deal easier. I'm starting to think that insectoid Digimon or Earth Digimon are able to tolerate filth quite well. Judging by how weak my attacks have been, and training my attack doesn't seem to have done much for me. The speed of 9 battles a day, 9, 18, 27, 36, 45, we're looking at about 5.5 days. Sukamon will live plenty long enough in order for us to digivolve to Etamon, going at the speed that we are currently going at. Of course, there's nothing wrong with pushing down further on the accelerator and trying to have even more battles in the space of a day. And I just want to see how I do against these guys. I mean, they start with 300 HP like the Takunamons do, but they are definitely taking more damage from my attacks, quite a bit more damage. I did rest after having the second lot of 9 battles. After having the 9 battles that I had today, I did rest. I think we should continue with how it's going, continue battling these guys because they seem to take more damage from my attacks. I think this is battle number 20, plenty more battles to come. I think that's 27 battles, and I think some rest is needed before we go any further. Due to how much more damage my attacks are doing to the Betamon lookalikes, I think they are my preference of Digimon to fight against. I'm also more able to fight against them because Sukamon is active for a lot more of the daytime period than the nighttime period, and the daytime period is the period in which the Betamon lookalikes are available. Sukamon tends to go to sleep at about 6 PM, which is just before the daytime period ends and the nighttime period begins. I think he wakes up at 4 AM, 3 hours before the nighttime period ends and the daytime period starts. When I sleep, if I train at the Green Gym 3 times, or train twice and then rest, that will consume the 3 hours. It will take us up to 7 AM, and I could then spend the rest of the active day battling the Betamon lookalikes while resting at times as well. So the nighttime period in which, when Sukamon wakes up, the remainder of the nighttime period will be spent training or training and resting, and then the daytime period will be spent having battles and and resting. Right, best be using the toilet before we have an accident. Weight is 12 at the lower end of the range, so I'll give Sukamon a giant meat to help reserve the black trouts. I think we are entering our 31st battle, and I need to remember I have spent 3 hours training. With that in mind, I don't want to have too many battles before resting, because the training would have consumed energy, and due to that, it won't take as many battles to see the sweat bubble as it would have done if we had the battles straight after sleeping. If we had slept and then had battles, we would have been able to have had more battles before needing to rest, because we would have, our tiredness would have been lower, and we would have been able to have had more battles before seeing the sweat bubble. But we've sort of started the battles on the back foot, because we've already spent 3 hours training that will some impact. The main objective is to reach the target of 50 battles. The main objective is to continue to battle. That is what I'm going to be doing, but I do need to rest as well when I feel that the timing is right. We can get away with feeding giant meats to Sukamon for the time being. And 4 battles into the day, and it's time to take inspiration from Snorlax and do some quality resting. I do save quite a bit, just because I was worried about things that could go wrong, such as the sweat bubble being produced from tiredness, or accidentally having a care mistake, or whatever it might be. That's why I used the opportunity to save in between making some progress and making more progress. That aside, it's all about battles. I think we are 11 battles adrift of the target. We probably won't be able to reach the target today, but I don't see any reason why we won't be able to do it tomorrow. Sukamon will be 10. He should still... Well, Sukamon will be 10, so he should still have quite a bit of life left inside of him. Carrying on, you know what's up next. I think we only need to win 6 more battles. We will definitely be able to see to that tomorrow. Weight is 16, within the range, roughly the middle of the range. Weight will go down from sleeping. And it looks like we've maxed out on meat. I believe this is battle number 50, and therefore, if I'm right, we will Digivolve after this battle ends. Are we Digivolving? We are. Agumon is ours. Tamer level didn't go up, despite the fact that we Digivolved to an ultimate. More bizarrely, our stats went down instead of going up. I regret to say that Agumon has no other useful purposes. With that in mind, we are now simply going to pass the time until he fades away, like with Digitarmamon after his usefulness was over, and Muncimon when his usefulness was over, although he didn't have a great deal of usefulness to begin with, and Skullgreymon when his usefulness was over. Don't need the black trouts right now. If I put the meats into the item bank, then at least I can continue to be given meat by Tainomon. I'll have 99 meats in the item bank, which will be there safe if I need them. And I can continue to have meats add up in my inventory from the meats that I will now be able to obtain after putting the other 99 meats into the item bank. When I was having the battles, I never let my HP fall under a certain amount. I used the small recoveries to keep my HP above certain percentages to help with avoiding injury